7 days of Dwarf. Let's get started. Hope everyone's having a wonderful evening tonight. Double check and make sure I actually hit the button to send the stream to Twitch this time. Be funny to happen once and really funny to happen twice, wouldn't it? Double check to make sure we've got all of our folks who have donated for a name have a name. Don't forget, if you donated and didn't ask for a name, you've got to make sure you let me know what you wanted. Otherwise, I'm not going to know that you wanted to actually get one. Make sure you use the little note feature when you donate. Please. Okay, so we've got our forges set up. Let's get these all mined out. Now, we're going to have to go back in and fill in some of these places because we've kind of fucked this up a bit here. So, got to watch them a little bit here. We basically want to go back and fill in the walls around these sections we actually let them dig out. But we don't want them to actually dig them out. This guy here, who is a big numbnuts and managed now to get 2 people stuck in that same hole. Congratulations, you numb bunch of idiots. Let them both out now because they're too stupid to live. That's all there is to it. Alright, sorry. There we go. There we go. Good job, Numby. Let's build another wall there. Let's see if maybe we can convince him that he doesn't want to stand under it this time. What do you think, kids? Think we can convince him of that? There we go. Good job. Alright, so now we got that. Let's go ahead and build another set of walls. Do the same thing a little further down. The only other 2 tiles we need are actually this one and that one, here and here. So everything else in here we need to fill in. Now when we get down to this section here, we're going to drill this one out and fill it back in. So we can wind ourselves all the way back out to here and then climb out. That's the goal. Why? Why would you climb? Why would you climb down there?
It seems that every other
Why?
day there's a new migrant saying, I'm here to work, I make cheese, or I grind down jams, or I milk things. Well, how many milkers do you think we need here?
Climbed
How
back
many?
into the hole
Do you
after
see
we built
anything
the
that can
wall.
be milked here? Honestly, do you think we want to milk a purring maggot or something? Haha, no.
Dwarves.
Go home.
Got him to build the right wall the right way, and then he climbed into the hole anyway. Now remember, since we're doing these guys into, I don't know, we call them pseudo castes, I guess you'd say. Farming is actually going to be a thing that all of these folks are going to be doing long term. Might as well get used to the idea now. They'll all have to be raising their own food, brewing their own drinks, and cooking their own meals. Now, the goal here is we're eventually going to split them up so that, for example, I'll throw miners and engravers and maybe the stoneworkers into a guild hall all by themselves. They'll have their own temple, their own tavern, their own guild hall, and their own farm and brewing stills and kitchen and a whole 9 yards, just to get them all separated out. And we'll see if by running them in smaller groups we can keep them a little more focused. Then we can bulk out each group to perform the labors we need, and any of the haulers can bunk down wherever they want. Everybody who ends up in a given guild hall will end up belonging to that group's set of skills. So, for example, our kitchen workers may end up being a little itinerant, but if they're not, they can do bone carving and leatherworking as a craft skill. Our ceramics workers and smiths will probably be located very close to one another, since they're all going to be using magma forges long term. So we'll probably have them operating very close together. Jewelers, for example, are going to operate maybe near the stone cutters, since we produce stone and we can cut it into gems that way. We'll have to figure out how we're going to sort them out a little bit. The wood industry will go all together, for example. The smiths will go together. Fishing will go together if I can find a good spot to build a fishing shed. Alright, so let's see here. We've got to make sure everybody keeps the hauling labor this time. Right there seems good. Okay. Yeah, we're in spring, summer. Sorry, summer. Farms. We don't yet have our first micro fort release started, right? No, we got into this little mess here with this numpty who climbed back into the hole after he built the wall. Built the wall, went out the right way, and then climbed into the hole anyway. The damn wall was there before he... Someone will come along, they'll build that wall again. Cool. All of those walls can be built without cutting anyone off. You can do all 4 of them at once.
I hate saying no to you, but no.
Could not find path. Really? Where were you? Couldn't return the kill. You must be talking about something in the caverns, because You didn't shoot anything, so what were you trying to kill? Okay then. Cool beans. Trying to return something he didn't even kill. Nice. Real nice. Alright, so now we got that. Let's go ahead. Get this filled in. Get this filled in. Get this filled in. You don't actually have to have both of these. I do it to remind me that there's a forge there, which is why we goofed this one. If they get this one built, then it will cut off the one I'm trying to fix. So I've got to suspend this one, let them disassemble this one, put it back, and then suspend it before they actually build it so they don't actually construct it. Ugh. What a pain. If I do it right, it'd be nice. Theory, he's going to come along, grab that rock, and move it into that stone, and we'll be good to go. Let's find out. Nope, because he's using the stone for the wrong building. Doesn't matter what we build that one out of, we're never going to finish it anyway. So we can suspend it on some other material, and then we can unsuspend this guy, and they will do it correctly. Won't that be nice? There. Now, we know that there's these two X's here are spaces that are supposed to be blank. We can simply build in walls for those remaining chunks there. One here. And then we're going to have to remove this piece because when we have to build the last one, we have to have an orthogonal connection. So if we don't get rid of this and then build that one and then this one last, they won't have any way to get out the ramp. They'll cut themselves off invariably. He is hunting a badger boar. Nice. Killed the badger boar. Looks like opened an artery. That dude is in not long for this world. You killed it. Don't get chicken now. The badger boar decided it wanted a piece of him, and he took off, I guess. Oh, there he is. Look at him go. That was a giant cave spider. It had to be. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, giant cave spider is absolutely going webbing all over the reptile men. They beat the troll. They may not have as good a luck with something that can stick them in place and then eat their faces slowly. Hunter got a badger, so he's bringing in some meat. Did we get our butcher's workshops up? We did. We did. Good for us. Did we actually put holes above them like we were supposed to? We did not. Terrible us. Okay, so we'll have to be careful about miasma there, but doable. Garbage chute up. There we go. And we'll simply throw in a garbage dump. Bang. Now we've got a way for our guys to throw away our dark garbage when they slice up that boar. Go back down here, look at our forge area again real quick. And remember, it should be the case, let's double check, but it should be the case that we can build a workshop if we have our anvil not used. Right over those. You're not going to let me do it? You're going to say no, even though you'll let me do it if it's a magma force. You suck, game. You suck. That's okay. We'll make do for now. And come back when we have our magma ready. I was hoping it would let me get away with that, but no, alas, it is not to be. So we'll do the rest of these a little more standard. Alas, the game will not let me do that, so we won't. What a shame. Could put another 2 in if I get close to that guy and butt up against those. So if we touch them, that gets us 6 glass, 6 smelters, 2 kilns, running 8 forges. Okay, yeah, that'll work. We'll come back to it later. Then get these up for now. Hunter going in close for the kill now. And then chickening out because he's got no ammo. Only to have the kill, walk 2 steps, and die because it looks like a pincushion. Okay, so I really should have scribbled down my what floors are supposed to be what plan here, but I didn't. Okay, this is supposed to be kitchen workers because the animals are all upstairs along with the food. They'll process the raw food into cooked food and take it down, take it to wherever. Below that, we want cloth workers because they're going to need to use the byproducts as well. So this is food storage, and then around that are the kitchen workers, and then this is cloth storage, and around that are the cloth workers. So then we go down another level, and then we've got, what, wood storage? Wood storage. That's catch-all for now. We'll come back to that. That's probably going to end up being finished goods, which would make this wood upstairs. And then we have one level, that's the hospital, and then this would be stone, so that works out really good. Wasn't what I wanted to do. Let's screw that up, so we'll undo it. We'll do it a faster way the second time because I have in mind what I want to do. We can put in all these workshops and come back and put in the stockpiles. need to check on drinks, which are starting to run low. So we need to next put in the kitchens. Let's see if we can get enough people mining here. There we go. Need to get these in like now so we can start producing booze. And as soon as these get a little more crowded in terms of foliage, we will... Okay, just check to make sure it's a hunter. And then we're going to do a little trick here. We're going to ring a couple of stockpiles.
No, I can't do it.
The drinks are ticking down. We need to get it done quick, boys. Come on. Alright, so now we're going to build ourselves a couple of kitchens, a couple of stills, and then we can start producing food. Not raw food, mind you, cooked food, good food, lavish meals, roasts, Texas tea. Okay, maybe not that last one. Now this furniture stockpile in the middle is special. It only holds empty barrels and empty pots for use in booze brewing right next to the stills. The rest of the floor is given over to a raw food stockpiles. We will get rid of anything that is a prepared dish. Now, unprepared fish is actually the opposite of a prepared dish, but you can't actually cook with it. You cook with fish, not unprepared. So drinks are prepared goods. We don't want those. Seeds go somewhere else. We definitely don't want those. The animal extracts all go somewhere else. We don't want those. Because the milk will be made into cheese somewhere else. We don't want to be cooking with it anyway, so it shouldn't be here. The lye and milk of lime and prepared food should all be elsewhere. There we go. Now, these are raw foods that we will then drag in, process down, and deal with. There's probably some of these extracts in the plant category, gnome blight, for example, and golden salve, that aren't actually used for food, but we're probably never going to have either, so it really doesn't matter. That gets the prepared food, or the food guys going. Well, it's just the food guy at this point, I think, but still. And a few pots and mugs to get our stonecrafter off and running so that he has something to do and he's producing food storage and drink happy making items. Okay, a lot of storage room down there. Now we filled that up, guy. Okay, now we need to build that section of wall there. It's a real shame it won't let me build the forges over those gaps where it will a magma forge. That's really unfortunate. Since they're not walkable spaces, it shouldn't matter. And we should get just that wall, and then we can come back and cancel these guys. X, X, and X, and then we can hide forbid any stone on this floor if we want. The goal being is that later on we'll move magma up here by minecart. Not directly by minecart, like with tracks and a long winding minecart that ride where the minecart full of magma goes sailing through our fortress, potentially colliding with something and spilling magma everywhere. No, 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 no. Nothing like that. No. We'll use a dirty exploitative trick to put the magma exactly where we want it. What we'll do is we'll create a track stop here, and we'll have minecarts full of magma hauled up here and added to the track stop. And when they're added to the track stop, they will be told to immediately dump their magma into the nearest hole. Once we put 3 minecarts there, that puts enough magma in there. In fact, only 2 is necessary, I think, because it's 2 of 7 per minecart. You only need 4 of 7 to make a magma forge. So once we've done 2 per hole, we can then put the magma forge over the top of it and cap it off. It's done. It's effectively a permanent power source for your magma forge, and you don't ever have to touch it. No pumping magma, no dealing with any of that up here. You will have to do some tricky stuff to get the magma minecarts filled, but not super tricky, just slightly tricky. Not completely dead, just mostly dead. Okay, so got that squared. Okay, let's take a look at our workshop lists and see what we haven't built yet. Farmers' workshops go upstairs in our area up here. They really need to. Need the second tannery because that apparently never got built. And then we need to check to see if they are... My guess is that they will not be correctly moving stuff out of this or this because... Well, no, it looks like they put the food away, so we're doing good there. So far, so good. Skulls and bones and nervous tissue won't miasmate everywhere, so we're okay with those. We'll get rid of the nervous tissue because I don't want rotten crap hanging around, but it doesn't actually stink up the joint, as it were. Now, we should be able to tell them to get rid of that, I think, by setting our general standing order regarding refuse, that dwarves dump other, and that will get rid of that stuff for us. We will tell them to ignore, they'll gather refuse from outside, so that's our corpses and whatnot. Let's see. Then we want to forbid our dead and other non-hunted dead and our death items. And if we want to reclaim something after it's dropped on a dead guy, I want to know about it. I don't want my dwarves doing it for me. Let's do workshop orders next. Auto loom all thread? No, auto loom dyed thread. If I've dyed the thread, it's meant to be going into cloth. That's fine. Use any cloth is fine, because if I'm telling them to make something out of cloth, I want them to make it out of cloth. I don't care that it's not dyed yet. But I don't want them to automatically produce cloth without me knowing about it unless I've already dyed the cloth. We will not auto-collect webs, because that involves going into the caverns, potentially. Though it did help us on the glacier fort. Oh boy, was that funny when I punched that hole in the caverns and they all went out to harvest webs. Let's see. Gather bodies, furniture, food, animals. Yes, all good. Dwarves harvest? Nope. Oh, wait. Yeah, I do have to leave that on, because eventually when I split these guys up, the kitchen workers may handle their own stuff, but everybody else is going to have their own farms to deal with, potentially. And as soon as our crafts dwarf down here gets a few of these carved out so that we know that we can. Looks like he started with the mugs first. That's cool. We need to get our hauler or our hunters here a bit more ammunition than they're carrying around, it looks like. Okay, beds, we need beds. I don't know why, but somehow when I did this earlier, we lost both the beds on that corner, and then this one down here, and the one up there. It's like, I just missed them. Not sure. Weird. But we definitely want those beds too, so yeah, let's let them do that. Now, go on down. This is going to be stone, so stone working. Let's build workshop mason. Stone, mason. And then we also want to do mechanics here. Although you can make mechanisms out of other things, I tend to make most of my mechanisms out of stone, which makes them excellent choices for accompanying the stonemasons in terms of a guild. Then below that, we're actually going to do Jeweler's Guild. Oops. Ooh, wait. Raw food, and then this was going to be clothing, and then wood. Okay, so yeah, that's good. And then this is our stone, and then this is going to be jewels. Okay. And we'll let our little new miner brigade get that all dug out for us here. Check petitions. See if we got a guild forming anywhere. Suspended the farm plot again. Did they suspend it again, or did they get it built this time? No, they got it built this time. Okay, good. Now, these inner stockpiles. Let's talk stockpiles for a second. I'm going to do two stockpiles, an inner and an outer. And, oops, the outer is going to take barrels, but only from links. And it's going to take from the inner stockpile. This inner stockpile is going to take no barrels and take from anywhere and give to the other stockpile. And lastly, both of them need to be set for food, seeds specifically. So now we have a seed stockpile feeding another seed stockpile. This inner stockpile only takes loose seeds, so no one will be picking seeds up with barrels. But they will bring the seeds here, they will move them into the other stockpile. Now, it occurs to me that in my earlier thinking on this, there is another trick you can pull with these stockpiles. You can have a stockpile with barrels on this inner stockpile. I just don't think it'll get much use, because they'll have to go into the bags first, and the bags are on the bags are being moved to the outer stockpile normally. So I'm not sure it works correctly, but you could theoretically have barrels in both, as long as the stockpiles are getting moved correctly. That should fix the issue, because the haulers will haul 5 or 6 seeds in the barrel, theoretically, rather than the one. But because of the way seeds are stored in bags, I'm not sure they'll use a barrel with no bags in it to haul the seeds, and if they don't do that, then you'll end up with an empty barrel sitting in one of these tiles of the stockpile forever, basically just waiting for seeds that'll never be stored there, because any seeds that are stored there get moved immediately to the outer stockpile, so that barrel sits empty forever. But it might be worth a shot later on down the road, so I'll have to try to remember to do that and see if we can test that theory out. Got our food, this is going to be clothing, stone, and we'll let these guys get the gems out. Okay, and then we're going back upstairs and doing clothing next. Now with a good spate of miners like this, we're getting good progress, but these guys aren't intended to be miners full time, so this is one problem here, is we may trigger ourselves a guild hall before we really want one. Now, what we're going to end up doing is we're going to set up private guild halls, or private taverns, and a public tavern. Okay, now that was going to be Jeweler's Workshop, so let's do that now before I forget. And we'll just build them out of the base stone. Everything is around us here, because we just want to get them in. Clothing. Definitely clothing. Okay. Needing the clothing industry at least designated out, if not necessarily built. So that I don't forget what this is going to be. Leather and cloth will be stored here. Thread and tanning actually gets done upstairs near the farms. That's where the animals will be butchered. Speaking of the devil, I need to fix those. We will temporarily pasture them up there, but we are not going to plan to keep them on the surface long term. Get those guys both doing stonework, and then I can get them doing both masonry and stone crafting. Masonry isn't going to be a huge demand in this fortress because we're going to look to get ceramics up and running as fast as possible. Haha, we haven't done it yet. But I want to be able to build the walls on the outside out of, you guessed it, stone blocks. If we had access to sand directly adjacent to magma, or if I was hacking the magma in, then I might consider doing it right out of green glass blocks, which would be fantastic. But for right now, stone will work. We can come back and rebuild it later if we want. And we'll put the tanners down here. I don't really like it, but we're gonna, because leatherworking is right there, butchery is just upstairs. While they would haul the stuff a little bit, they wouldn't be hauling it that far. And other than the clothing guys, kitchen workers are doing those labors, so we're going to have to change that up. Or alternatively, just assume that our kitchen workers and our clothing workers are going to be one guild. Still going to need larger space than this, though. We're going to need dyers. We're going to need soap makers. Got to go 21 on this guy because we're going to need not so much for the additional storage space but for the additional workshops, because this is a broad guild in terms of diversified labor. They have a lot of different workshops that we're not going to use very often, you know, screw presses and tanners, and yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff here by the time we're done. So we just need to go ahead and expand this one a bit. And accept that it's going to be a little larger than our usual. I think if I do this again, I may go 21 wide on all of them, since we're locking every industry down to a single floor and related industries go with them. That gets us our farmers' workshops as well. Now we need a dyer shop or two to handle our cloth dyeing. Try to put a couple of those in, because if we're producing cloth later on, it would be nice to have some of it dyed. We won't have dye right away, but down the road it would be nice. Now we'll also need a soap maker's workshop if we can get one. We don't have an empty bucket yet, so let's go back to our carpenter and ask him what he's doing, why he hasn't finished a bucket for us yet. The answer, of course, is that he has. He's finished several. We've used them all. Take a look at our list. Ashery needs to be near the wood workshop. Soap makers is over by the kitchens. Siege workshop is specialized. Millstone and quern is up by food processing. So we do have, at this point, all of the non-fish, non-wood industries. Non-fish, non-food, non... Yeah, okay, so just a few things in the farmers area and we are industry complete, as it were. Okay. Blocks in a bucket. Okay, so let's go back downstairs to our stoneworkers, who are primarily doing stone crafts at the moment. Had a bunch of blocks jobs. Neither one of these guys is a certified mason, so they're going to take a while to get these jobs done. We need to be aware of that. That means I want them both doing blocks for a minute, even though this isn't their primary goal or their primary thing. I thought we had a mechanic, but maybe we took him out. Nope, must have been the last fortress, so we need one of those. None of those is a really good candidate. But that guy's the best, so off he goes. He'll come in, get our mechanics workshops built, and then we will get them making mechanisms for traps. Alright, now he's got those done. Let's get him queued up making just a few mechanisms. Gonna need a few of these later for levers. We're gonna need them for linking things. We're gonna need them for traps. Doesn't hurt if he overproduces a few here early on. Ten idlers. What the? Miners don't have anything to mine. The smiths don't have anything to smelt. The stone crafters are both busy. The haulers aren't looking to haul anything, so we need to produce some more stuff. The kitchen worker. Need to start doing your guild. Yes, we do. New plan. Since we're splitting these guys up into guilds, the kitchen worker guild really doesn't work well because we're going to do leather as part of the clothing guild. So at that point, we make the clothiers also our leather workers, our tanners, our butchers. Everybody does cooking and brewing, remember. And everybody does farming. Okay, let architecture get done here. So that everybody gets all their little smelters designed, and then we get somebody to do them, we hope.
Sorry, I can't do it.
Well, the Kia came in and the Kia went out. It came in, took a bite at one of our crafters, who took 2 swings. It missed us, we missed it. It snatched at us, bruised muscle, and then the crafters took it down. It attacked us, and then we punched it, propelled it away, punched it. At this point, they're just stomping it. And they take it down again. It gives into pain, and they punch it into the head and kill it. So we now have a Kia that got mangled on the surface right here. Our crafters are not fucking around. Bring your A game, thief animals. Bring your A game. so we need to get them properly pastured here. Let's check on our grass here, see how it's doing. Sparse, dense, sparse, dense. Give them a little more time, I think. Just a little more. Doing okay, though. Okay, do we have any nest boxes? No, we don't. We need to make some of those. Back down here to our stone crafters. Have them get on that. And we need a space to put our hives in. So let's not use, why not use another circle down here? We'll stick a couple of screw presses in for making mead. Stick a couple of adjacent stockpiles in there. Well, I'll be darned. That Kia really did fly all the way down in here just to fight with stuff, didn't it? Only problem it has is it's not a giant Kia. Very briefly, I need a lot of masons. So we're going to give everybody masonry for just a moment. Once they've got all my smelters up, we can look at pulling them back out. We really need another migration wave, really. That's really what we need. Great big one. Giant migration wave would be just about right. Vicious little buggers, aren't they? Probably should station my last 2 dogs there to keep them away for a minute. See, I realize in hindsight I have done this wrong. But I now see how it would be done right. If we did 31 diameter circles all the way down, as big as that sounds, you can stick 1 guild per floor, regardless of how many different types of workshops it's going to take, because that's easy to fill out that much space with whatever. You can designate those same workshop areas as the guild halls, and the taverns, and the temples. Stockpiles, guild hall, temple, taverns, all one place. Work and play all in one place. The only thing you then have to have somewhere else is potentially a tavern if you want them to have a nicer tavern. But if you're getting the room that big, it should be possible to add enough furniture to make everybody a super grand guild hall every floor all the way down. Just with smoothing and engraving. And now we have just created a giant amount of hauling labor to disseminate the contents of our catch-all stockpile into a host of other stockpiles. So we should start to see things clearing out of here. And we do need to get...
turn orange and red. Stock up your goods to keep you fed.
Alright, and people are bringing stone. Wheelbarrows are getting used. Good, good, good. Time to start looking at this. Did they get this trim back? It looks like yes, but not as far back as we'd like. Bummer. Okay, so wood cutting needs to be done. There we go. Make sure they've got the job to do the wood cutting, and as soon as they get these trees up here cut, we can immediately, in fact that was the tree we needed, I think. We can turn around and start looking at putting in hives. Now as before, we're doing the construction of fortifications trick. Should be able to get all of that built without a problem. The hives shouldn't block access, and the fortifications don't have any corners that will be obstructed. Once that's done, we can trench them out from above, and we know that we'll have a nice solid apiary to run. We'll put some doors back in here. Try and cut down on the number of people who actually see goblins other than the beekeepers. And lastly, we need to put down some additional yard cloth to keep the trees from overgrowing our apiary. Not sure I actually need that space. We're going to go ahead and pre-reserve it for now. In the meantime, what we need to do is get up a little walled area around this. It's not intended that we actually leave this open for people to come in by, but we do want to have it for our dwarves to get in and out. It's a handy way for us to have a back door that's right in the middle of the wood with a short travel time. But in order to do that, we need to properly defend it, and that means now that we've got the yard cloth down, which is great, we need to go back and wall this up properly and put a drawbridge in and take care of those sorts of things. And we should have walls and a bridge momentarily, and then that will leave us just the lever to get done. And then we need to start talking about trap defenses and getting them up around our entrance so that we do discourage anyone from actually coming in this way.
Yes, I'll do it, but no, it won't work. Ugh, I won't do it.
Sorry, sir, I can't do it.
As before, early on, we're going to want leather. And cave spider silk. And apparently we've domesticated the brown recluse Spider-Man. Spider-Man. I guess he weaves whatever a Spider-Man can, because we now can order cloth from Spider-Man. Apparently crime fighting isn't as productive for the brown recluse. Now, unlike before, this time we're going to start ordering metal bars. Next year, we want to be able to produce enough trade goods that we can buy whatever we like, and that means having the metal bars to soak up what we're getting rid of. We will happily take any extra seeds he buys, because we're going to need to split them up into our fortresses, and that means extra bags, more than we would normally need. We're going to might as well order a couple of anvils, so they can send us those. Most of these things are not things I care about. Dogs I do, though. Mules I'll take. Sheep, pigs, and peahens. Although, if we're going to consider the notion of doing separate bird farms, At that point, I think maybe I start looking at turkeys. Realistically, I don't know that you can run it the way you'd need to, but wow. At that point, I'm not looking to turn them over so often because I don't want to handle them. I want them producing eggs and eggs alone. At that point, turkeys that grow up and take longer to grow up, that works okay for me. Alright, let's see what he wants to sell to us. And what we want to sell to him. Figurines is about the only thing in there I probably would do, I think. Most of the other things either aren't worth much, or they're things that are going to get used around the fort rather than sold on down the way. You could theoretically sell quivers, but they're not worth much. Handwear and legwear includes like armor, but generally you're going to keep the armor and use it yourself. Sheets and potash and crutches and cloth probably aren't worth much, unless the crutches are made out of metal, in which case why are you making gold crutches for export? But okay, fine, you can make gold crutches, I guess, and export those. Figurines could be made out of rock or glass or metal, and we could make a decent profit out of those. Alright, so let's look here. If we've got trap components, that means we made those, or at least some of those, maybe glass discs. And if we have glass discs, we can probably buy anything we want out of the caravan. Need to do something else that we haven't done yet first. Get some plant gathering done kind of en masse here for a minute as well. Let's see if we've got some loose cages to work with. And with just a few glass discs and a couple of bronze battle axes, because we hadn't finished producing them all yet, we got everything.
no way.
Oh, boys, I am a lucky, lucky man. My wife has cooked me a delicious steak. Quite good. Oh. Oh. It just crashed. Not a good start. Not a good start. Well, let's try this again. Only now we probably lost an entire season. No, actually, we just had autumn hit, so maybe not too much. Gotta redo the apiary. Let's do that first. Oh, that's a positive thought. I wish I could say that was true. Typically, the problem you're going to run into when you do this from scratch the second time is that you don't remember what you did. That is to say, you're going to have done things, you're going to have checked them off your mental checklist, and then you're going to come back now because you've rolled back a season or two, depending on where your saves were, whatever your save was, you know. You're now going to have to deal with remembering to go back and check everything in your fortress as though you just came in again from scratch for potential problems that you may have spotted and then forgotten about because they were no longer relevant, right? I mean, you pull them out of your list, you discard them because you don't think about them anymore. They're done. They're handled. So the only materials we actually, the only, I guess I should say, armor we want to be stored here in the clothing stockpile is armor made out of the materials we're making here. That is to say, plant cloth, leather, silk, and yarn. If it's not made from one of those, we don't want it stored here. So this is all of our cloth and all of our cloth output right here. Done. Didn't do cloth output last time. I know I didn't do that. We've got bins to queue up probably because I bet our carpenter isn't doing. So we did several different jobs. So he started on the bins before the autumn. Crafts, dwarves, workshops. Bet we didn't queue up all that glass stuff either. Okay, so let's come down here. We can put these guys on blocks. Not gonna have enough blocks to do anything otherwise. He is grinding through the mechanisms I needed. Jewelry was done. Now I need to check. Did we do? We started on the thrones. We started on the discs. We started on the tables. Okay. Wow, we didn't actually lose as much as I was worried about. Autumn was not all that long ago, I guess. It seems like it was further back. Wow. Check on labors. Just need more people, which of course is when we crashed. Get some folks to put our walls in here. They're going to complain about all the bars and blocks. I think we just got to let them run for a minute. Still need my woodcutters to get out here, but they are probably busy at the moment. And as the blocks get moved, or the bars get moved and the walls go up, we can get the ceiling on and have this sealed up. Okay, boys, it's time to play that famous Dwarf Fortress game. Will it crash? I don't know, Outpost Liaison Man. I'm starting to have a lot of deja vu here. Feels like we've done this before. Okay, and you'll charge us an arm and leg. Yes, we know. But this time he's going to offer us money for prepared meals. Not because I knew that, but because I saw it in the list very quickly. And that means we're going to be rich. We're going to be super, super, super rich. We're going to buy everything. Buy whatever we want. It's just a matter of getting this first caravan's goodies off the caravan and into our stockpiles. Okay, we no longer need you, and anything that's trading we need to take back. So, haul it. Haul it all. And we now have drinks and plants and meat and, yeah, because we just vomited a giant quantity of serrated glass discs, basically. And now everything goes into the stockpile. And we'll put up some exterior walls, forming concentric rings as we go outward, forcing anyone who comes in to have to cycle back and forth between north and south. While our folks only have this short distance to the trader, because normally they're not going to be concerned with the contents of the surface. And in terms of wood, we're then going to put back our yard cloth and or traps in this area so nothing grows in the center here. So how is everyone tonight? Doing good? Getting by? I hope you got spend some time with your loved ones this weekend. And the walls go up. Look at them go. Look at them go.
It won't work.
And we need some more stone blocks before we get to the next section. Why would you sleep in the rain, you dingus? There's at least a dormitory down there. You can't tell me it's full. Don't believe it for a moment. It's not. Well, wait. Now that may be one of the things we didn't. But we didn't. Lost that somewhere along the line. This should have been a dormitory. I'll bet it's not, so nobody's using it. Which means they're all sleeping in the rain or on the floor or whatever, but they're not sleeping in the dormitory that we actually built for them. They actually had beds. They actually had beds! Nope. Lost any designation we had there. Oops, that was dumb. Prep for painting the dining room, living room, and kitchen. Ooh, exciting. Only reason I can top that one recently, Darren, is because I've replaced a water heater. Otherwise, the crown goes to you, sir. I'm glad you were productive. And we'll let them get caught up, we think. We're really low on idlers, which means we are really pushing folks absolutely to the limit here, so to speak. Yeah, they're getting a lot of work done, but they ain't getting much else. That's one of those points where I think I'd look at somebody in my family and say, hey, if I bought a couple cases of beer and... Going alright, Devil. How about yourself? Anything okay with you? Now, this leads me to wonder, though, about lever complexes. You know, if we micro-fort the entire fort this way, how do we have somebody to pull the levers? They're not idling in one area where you can guarantee that someone is available to pull your lever when you want it. Humph, says I. That could be an issue. Something to think about. And then we're going to have to plumb some really complex plumbing to make the wells. But that'll be fun. That'll be enjoyable. So let's throw up, while we still can, our fisherman's hut. And we're going to punch a small hole here into the brook, because I think they can fish on the brook, but if they can't, then they can definitely fish in this water hole we're going to give them here. And because this hole is going to be indoors when we're done with it, it should not freeze over, we hope, because it's both artificial and indoors. But it should be close enough to the brook to count as water in that same biome. We're hoping. At the very least, it gives us a place that we can draw some muddy water from inside the fort at this point, because we don't have any water source at the moment. We don't have, apparently we don't have the aquifer where we're at the moment. We drilled down and we punched out several floors. We didn't actually find the aquifer, so while the prospect says there is one, it must be somewhere else on the map, maybe over here with the sand, or I don't know. Not sure. We certainly haven't hit it here. Hard to say. Looks like there's not much aquifer, so we're going to probably be using the brook for our primary water source, which is both useful and bad. It does mean that our fisherman's workshop will be subject to drainage. Basically, if we drain too much of the water out, it'll flood backwards out from under the farming area here, and they'll lose access to the water. We'll throw up a ceiling on that. Now, the miners can get at that from either way, so we want to get it sealed up as soon as possible. We don't care that the merchants are leaving. In fact, if our guy is still talking to them, we want to, get him out of there. No, he's good. He's sleeping. We're good. Now, we're going to have good flood of people, we hope, here in a second. Maybe they're all snoozing at the moment, but we're going to try and get a good flood of people to do all this construction over here and get our miners working as well. Need more labor, need more labor. Can't even micro for it at this point, really. Oh, but we're gaining on it with a quickness now, though. And we'll cap that over. Now, what should happen there is that should provide us, especially once it's sealed up, with a safe indoor environment where we can get some fishermen doing fishing to provide some additional food, and also generate, possibly, shells. Because it's going to be sealed over from above, there's no way into it except from within this staircase, which will make it safe. If the fortress is sealed, so is it. And since the brook acts as a floor...
There's some more dwarfs here.
Excellent, actually. We really need them. Well, they haven't showed up in my list yet. Come on, guys. Get indoors. Get indoors. There we go. How many of you are there? Only a handful. That's the shame. That's a real shame. Now, at this point, they have enough miners. If you look here down this list of skills, there are enough skilled miners here to count 10. So they're going to start to ask for a miner's guild. We really have to get on a guild at this point and get it smoothed. And that means getting our stone crafters doing it, if nothing else. So we'll use this space here.
I can't do that there.
Actually, no. In this case, we should be using the mason space if we can. This is space. Now we'll blow it out bigger so that we can get more value in here. Let our miners get caught up, but they are going to ask for that if they haven't already. They're going to say, "Oh, we've got enough masons or miners for a miners guild." Oh, residency petitions. I was like, "I don't know about those." Okay, let them get that excavated. I hope soon. Come on, guys, you can do it. I need to adjust my professions if I'm going to play it this way. And that guy really is needing to voodoo. I guess we'll do bone carving for them too. Bone technically can be used as armor, so I suppose that fits. And they're already doing butchering and tanning and leatherworking, so why not? Okay. Don't want his super high bone carving skill to go to waste there. That would be a shame, wouldn't it? Alright, let's get... It almost feels like you could do them into separate categories based on their material. Stone, metal. I'd throw gems and ceramics together because glass ends up being used in the gem making. And then clothing and textiles. And that would cover, depending on what you threw miners and engravers into. If you did them in all as stone, you've got stone and then wood. And then your textile workers, your smiths, your gem cutters and setters end up with ceramics. These three here together. Cloth workers, which would include these butcher, tanner, leatherworker, bone carver, because they also include textiles. Glazer and potter ends up with the ceramics just because, well, you're really not going to run usually a fortress based around those being a separate industry. And then you get a handful of odd ones that you can kind of lump around, like our waxworker beekeeper probably can get dumped into our farmer group, and our bookbinder papermaker as well, because they're going to do pressing. You could always make the manager and record keeper and the admins all the nobles do all the bookmaking and waxworking and beekeeping. Get them doing something useful that's one of those rare labors and they can specialize in it maybe. For now, let's get this blown out because we know that they're going to want a guild hall soon, and I want enough space in here that we can get there. Now we can always add furniture here, of course. We really need to anyway because, yeah, but yeah. Kind of feels like you could actually go all in on this concept. Start with 5 miners, proficient miners. A weaponsmith who doubles as his own weaponsmith, and maybe a glassmaker or armorsmith, maybe. Start with 2 picks, immediately make a bunch more. Sick all the miners loose on that and just let them run. Since they're starting at 5, they're gonna blossom into huge skill miners very quickly, carving out just 15 radius circles, just like we normally would all the way down. The central core, if you will, of your fortress, being the workshops and the stockpiles. And then around that will be what becomes the guild hall space, or the tavern space, the micro fort core space. If we don't want to have a central tavern, and I'm not convinced we don't yet, but I'm just saying, if we don't want to have a central tavern, then it's an interesting idea, and this isn't okay. So here's what I'm thinking: the only floor that's going to be a little odd is going to be this first one, or maybe the second one in your fort, depending on what you've got in terms of soil layers. And you could do a one big 31 pasture, and then try to put your surface farms in there with everything else, and it would certainly fit. You could do it. I think I would end up looking to see if you could find a space to cloverleaf it like this, so you can get pastures and apiaries and separate it all out, and it looks kind of nice this way. But that makes your surface footprint mean you can't have like a pit moat, for example, around your back door. So for us, we'd still have to do another front door on top of this. For now, we need to get this linked up. We don't have this linked up either, and that's the next thing we got to get. The sheep need to be brought indoors. The hives need to be built. So let's designate a few things here real quick. We lost the hives in the Great Crash of 21. Here's a question for you guys, and I haven't looked at the wiki to double check, and it may not tell me this precisely. When it says adjacent, does it mean north, east, west, south, or does a corner connection to an outside tile suffice with respect to a hive needing to be adjacent to an exterior space? Oh yeah, we are, So, the catch then is that I would want to have at least one cast of my dwarves, probably my clothing workers, because they're going to need the output of the farms, doing surface crops, because surface crops are super productive due to their 4 seasons long growing season. Now, the other thing you could do, and to be honest, I might consider doing this in a future fort, but this is designed to be as vanilla as possible, is just modding the underground crops to be 4 seasons as well and moving on with it. Realistically, your underground is far more temperature and seasonal, is far more stable seasonally than surface crops. No way. Constant temperature, no reliance on rain. Subterranean crops should be growing 4 seasons long, and as long as the nutrient content is there. You mean these? They already have been, technically. Did you not... Oh, so Devil, you may have missed this on our first... when we first embarked. Okay, so these are farms. These are farm plots. Now, these are surface farm plots, I note. These are not... Yeah, these are surface... Ooh. That's part of our problem right there. I haven't actually put the subterranean plots in yet. Ooh, just needed to fix that. Anyway, thank you for asking, because I just noticed I had only half the farms I should have. These are surface crops, and they are surface crops because if you look at them carefully with the K key, notice how it says light and above ground here? Inside is okay, but light and above ground makes this a surface tile, no matter what you do to it after this. This is a surface tile. Now, directly adjacent to that are some tiles that are in the Butcher's Workshop, and you can see that they're subterranean and dark. Now, the difference is, when we dug this out originally, we trenched it from above in those 5x5 tile areas, okay? And then floored it over with some handy wood logs that we just had laying around for some reason. Swamp. Once it was floored over, it's secured. It's inside. But because it's been exposed to light at any point, if you ever expose any tile to light, it is a surface tile forever. Doesn't matter how deep it was. If you punch a skylight from the surface to the caverns, the tile underneath that skylight will be surface forever. It's like there's a virus in the sunlight, if you want to think of it that way. Subterranean crops will never grow there again. If you do something crazy where you've got, say, a 5x5 farm plot, and you try to do something like split it in half, and have half subterranean, and that doesn't work. Don't do that. That's bad. Just don't. All surface or all subterranean, and don't mix the two. You can put them on the same level, even side by side. That's fine. The light is considered only to go straight down. But don't try to mix them on the same plot. Now we need to go down here, and since you pointed it out, thank you very much, I now need to build, and I'll bet some folks out there in the audience are just chuckling. I would be. You don't, so that's the kick. It's not the glass roof, it's not the light. It has to do with the type of crops, and that's all it has to do with. It really is just the type of crops. Subterranean crops are coded so that they only grow in certain seasons. That's a holdover from the old. That's a holdover from the old 2D version. I think the growing seasons are probably even the same. Oops, not farm plot road. I think the growing seasons are probably even the same back then. I don't know. I'd have to look. I've never played it. But I'm betting that they are. Because that's the kind of holdover stuff that I would, kind of expect to see. But the problem here is that, so there's two problems. One is surface crops were added, but they were never made seasonal. If you stop to think about surface crops, if it's a tropical crop, maybe it grows year-round because you've got sun and, rain all year round, and it's sunny all year round. If it's a temperate crop, if you will, I know that you can grow them in both places. Just humor me for a second. If it's a tropical-only crop versus a temperate and possibly tropical crop, then, it's probably only going to grow in maybe spring and summer, fall, and then winter most of the time is too cold for most crops. In a temperate zone that gets frozen. But they're not. They don't do it. Surface crops are 4 seasons long all the time. You can grow year-round no matter what. So these trenched out and then floored over. Okay? If you wanted it to be a glass roof just to make it, what's the word I'm looking for? Sensible? Great. But you can imagine that these roofs here have tiny, tiny little pinholes every so often to make them just light enough to grow crops. You don't need the rain after they're watered once, so the rain doesn't apply to surface crops either. If rain applied to surface crops, we would get creative. There are other tricks we could pull at that point, but it gets a lot more painful because you end up having to do bucket irrigation over things that you smooth, and it's still doable, just more fiddly. It's just like anything else. When a developer changes something to make it harder on you, it's usually just making it more fiddly. It's usually not making it more difficult. The surface crops here, so if I query these, you'll notice that they have a certain type of crops available. And none of these crops are the ones you'll embark with. There's no plump helmets in this list. There's no cave wheat in this list. There's no pigtails in this list. These are all surface crops. Since they've been exposed to light, that's a good thing. If both crop types end up in your list, your farm plot is polluted. You have a problem. It means there's been light on a subterranean plot, or you have partially dug it out but not all the way and never realized it, or something that you've got mixed, and that's bad. Now down here, we're going to build some dirt roads, and we're building dirt roads because dirt roads will stomp out of existence all these crops and saplings they're trying to grow. We don't want those things anyway, so let's get rid of them, and then we'll build farm plots in the blanked tile space. Paved roads would work as well, but those require materials. You could do certain other things, but frankly, this is the fastest, quickest way with no materials. Bang, 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 bang. All the soil is re-cleared and ready for planting plots. So now we just come in and we slam some plots into those spots. Splop. And splop and splop. And now we have 4 plots that will get used for subterranean crops. Then we'll have to designate what seasons get planted what, but our farmer will be along momentarily to get them built. In fact, all of our farmers will be along momentarily since we're doing that kind of fort. Alright, now that those are done, we can designate them for planting. And the first thing that's up is quarry bushes in all seasons, as many as we can get, 3. Now, quarry bushes won't grow in the winter, so we'll have to go back and designate the winter here in a second. Now, we'll do on this one... Ooh, I must not have any sweet pod seeds. Bummer. Did I not bring sweet pods, guys? Ooh, that was dumb. Oh well. We'll work around it. Oh, no, that's right. We're not in the spring. That's why. Ah, that's right. Doesn't show it in here. Okay, so we want as many of those as we can get, but they won't grow in the fall. So in the fall, we'll grow pigtails, because right now we don't have any surface cloth-making materials. Over here, we're going to grow pigtails as many seasons as we can, which is only 2, because they don't grow in the spring. So in the spring, we'll grow sweet pods, and they don't grow in the winter, so we'll grow something else. So that's 3 seasons of pigtails for the record. And now we'll go on over here, and we'll do pigtails again to get us 5 plots per year of pigtails. Keep in mind, we only have a certain number of seeds for these, and we've already missed planting most of it for this year. We probably are going to miss it completely. So they may not even plant pigtails this year, which is kind of a bummer. We're going to have to send them out and see if we can get surface crops. Now, in the spring, we're going to plant some plump helmets this time because we've already got quarry bushes taken care of. And now, since we've got 5 seasons of pigtails, we're going to do dye in a couple of these in the winter so that we can get dyed cloth if we have the seeds for it. Now, we do need to look here. I thought we had, yes, we do. So now we need to look at what we can do to process or brew a huge number of drinks down to get the seeds dealt with, and we need to get our stockpiles working. Give me one moment, and I'll show you what I mean. No problem, Devil. Happy to explain. Love to help new players, man. Anything comes to mind, you don't hesitate to ask, yeah? Alright, so let's take a look at something we haven't done yet. We haven't actually appointed any nobles. And we didn't because, frankly, we've been putting our little swarm to pretty much everything they can do already anyway, and adding additional labors to them is just not helping in this case. Now, let's look and see. We're up to 20 dwarves now. And we have divided them up. Let's look at them a minute. So these guys are probably stone workers. And these guys are metal workers, and well, let's call them forge workers, which is also what the ceramics guys end up being. Okay, and we're going to end up with some more woodworkers long term. Okay, so now let's see here. Probably take these guys off mining now. And yeah, okay, now we're starting to get bands, castes, if you will, of workers. I still haven't figured out what we're going to do for creative skill for our hauler group. I don't think bookbinding counts, but so we'll need to find something for them. Or we'll need to split them up into... maybe that's our solution right there. And now we have nice, tight bands of labor. Everybody has a crafting skill. Or two, depending on what they are doing. Clothing workers to work on our animal population as well. And that's a lot of laborers, but most of them aren't going to be used all the time. And we're going to expand their guild quite a lot here eventually. Right now, of course, we don't have many dwarves, but cloth making will have a lot of laborers assigned to it for, like, like all of these. Call them farm jobs here. Plus hunting, which is a lot of jobs. That's a lot of jobs. Too many jobs. So we need to figure out something here. What are we going to do? We'll just need to expand them. The reality is they've got a lot of jobs to do right now, but we're not going to do a lot of bone carving. We're not going to do a lot of, hey, no problem, devil. If anything comes up, man, feel free to ask. Let's see. We're going to have to expand them because they've got so many jobs to do. If they're not bulking out, they're going to be a problem. Later on, this won't be able to demand all of them at once, and they'll start to spread out more. Hey, no problem, man. Like I said, that's part of the reason we're here. Half the reason we're here is to help folks learn Dwarf Fortress, and the other half is to raise money for sick kids. Alright, let's get our quern built. Shoot, devil, ask. What is it? Colored H's and O's. Oh, okay. So that's actually a little DF hack plugin. It's supposed to monitor Dwarven happiness. Now, here's the kicker. A couple of versions ago, happiness changed in how it's really running. So it used to be the case, if you go back and watch, say, streams of mine from 6 years ago, they're maybe out there on YouTube, I don't know, I'd have to go look. But things have changed so much, I wouldn't go back and look at them for how to play. You used to be able to drill your central core. My initial embark used to be drill your central core of the staircase right down, right? Hit the caverns as fast as possible. The next thing you immediately dig out is whatever floor is going to be your dining room. There weren't taverns, there weren't temples, so your dining room is the central core of all your dwarves' social lives. You would immediately dig it out and immediately start slapping furniture in it until that room was just absolutely a grand room. And since it's a dining room, it's based on the room system, not the zone system. So the values needed were a little different. You could get a super high quality dining room in like a 15 wide circle, no problem, easy. Smooth it over, engrave it a little bit, psh, done. Your dwarves would immediately then spend so much time in the dining room because they're observing all those engravings and tables, and they're eating and they're drinking in there, and that's all great. Everybody's partying it up, and it's wonderful. And their happiness would skyrocket. So this little thing here, instead of being mostly in the white, would be mostly over here in the super green. Because this is our dwarven population and their happiness. At least in theory. It monitors the actual happiness, but it doesn't tell you why they're unhappy. And it used to be you didn't have a dining room. And now it's 14 things, or 15 things, or whatever the number of needs is that they have. And it's not so much that keeping them undistracted will help them meet their other needs, yeah? It's not quite as... what's the word I'm looking for? Before it used to be very definitive, because you knew what you needed to do, and it was basically just make the fortress prettier. And if the fortress was prettier, had nice furniture, they'd skyrocket up that list. What it does tell me is if somebody slips downward, I know that I've got either a problem dwarf or something's really gone wrong with somebody for some reason. Some dwarves we've seen in the past on past streams, and maybe it's been fixed since then, you just can't keep them happy. They will, they have huge families that they miss and they're not in their fortress, because they got kicked out or whatever. Or they have obscure needs that nobody can meet, like want to worship a mega beast, but you can't build a temple to it. And they'll have personality types that tend to favor them getting angry and upset all the time. And I mean like all the time, at every drop of a hat. Loves to explode at everyone, kind of, moodlet in their personality. And those folks you either exile or bridge smash, because you can try to keep them moderately happy, but it's a pain. It's not worth it. Some people, unfortunately, in situations where y'all are living in a confined space, if y'all aren't going to get along, you either get out or you get problemed. Now we have alpaca in a cage now that we didn't actually get out of our... Need to get them out of the cages and assign them to the temporary pasture until we can get our final pasture up and running. And we'll move all the dogs upstairs to this pasture, make this a training zone, and get them all war trained next. Okay, got that squared. Now we need to get our levers. And this is the thing I've been thinking about in micro forts. This is the one weakness I see in the design so far. If I'm going to have a fort where everybody is kind of on their own floors, and they're doing whatever work needs to be done at that time, and that some arbitrary average of that work is needing to be done at any given time, how do you guarantee there's someone who can flip the switch that seals the fortress? In our fortresses, we typically have that off the dining room in the old fortresses, or, you know, off the barracks that's adjacent to the public space in the modern versions. But if you do this where every floor is kind of its own fort, so the bedrooms for the dwarves who need them are on that full floor, and the taverns and the temples and whatnot are all on those floors, and they're all working at roughly an average level, and the idlers are hanging out, how do you guarantee that the idlers are in the industry where the lever is to be flipped? Otherwise, they've got to run all the way across the fort again. Which is what we're trying to prevent in the first place, right? I mean, it is, right? I guess I could put them in the hospital. Wow, did we get somebody injured here? He got smashed in the log. Smashed with the log. Awesome. The blue peahen charged at him, smashed into him, and got knocked over. Nice. Okay, so yeah, that sucks. What was he doing? What was his job? Remind me? He is resting. He is our carpenter. Yeah, one of our carpenters. Nice. Okay, so, whoops. Small problem there. But at least it's not the guy who had all the skill, so yay. Good for that. let's brew it up a little. Take those plants we've pulled in, process them for seeds, and hopefully get some exterior crops that we can put in our 4-season farm plots and make an absolute mint on. I think I'm going to have to put some WD-40 on my list. My chair is really getting squeaky. Alright, now let's go down to the hospital. So let's use this concept, okay? We'll treat the hospital as the admin guild, okay? You're going to have a manager, a bookkeeper, and they might also be something else in your fort, I suppose, but you're going to want to make sure that those jobs are getting done when you need them done. You're going to have doctors. You're going to want to make sure those jobs are getting done when you need them done. But they either do their jobs in their office or they do their job in the hospital. So this becomes a great spot for, you know, a surgeon's guild hall or whatever, as well as our hospital. But also the levers, and because those guys will be in their offices if they're working, and in their tavern for the admins if not, right? And if the tavern for the admins doubles as the hospital, then you've got somebody in there to feed the patients and the prisoners, flip the switches. Okay, yeah, this can work. I can see how this will go. In fact, it occurs to me that if we are going to use a single central tavern, check this thought out, a single central tavern and temple for all of our different guilds, to allow cross-pollination in the fortress, to get folks associated with more people, get them into one public space so they have a chance to meet someone even if the rest of their guild is busy at that moment. We could use the temple and the tavern and the library and the hospital all in this one room. It ain't sanitary, but, you know, that ain't how Dwarf Fortress rolls, so we could get away with that, I think. And then you have one central place with all your idle dwarves sitting right there to say hello to the injured folks in the bed and get them buckets of water. So I think, yeah, we'll do that. I need to make a note of how we're going to do this. If we're going to try that, okay. Got both of these linked up now, I'm pretty sure. That's the outer. Yep, back. And this should be the inner. Yep. Good, good, good. We can lock it up anytime we want. Right, now we've got a swarm of dogs, a bit of cage traps, a couple bridges we can seal. Time to get those birds and whatnots inside. llama, the alpaca, the bulls, the turkey. Technically, I'm going to butcher, or the horse. I'm going to butcher all these. I should probably get it done. That means I haven't set up auto butcher, or we did and then it got crashed out. So let's fix that. Okay, and Auto Butcher is now locked and loaded. All your animal byproducts are belong to us. Okay, and let that run for a bit, because that's a lot of labor to get done right there. All sorts of things need to be done all over the fortress. We should probably give them a minute to get to them. Good luck, they'll get these 3 blocks done, so people stop going all the way around for those, but we'll see. Dwarves loving to do things in the stupidest way imaginable as usual. Connect here, they'll be able to get across and do all of these blocks and start back towards it, so that will eliminate some of the looping. Good, getting sealed up. Oh, you know what we didn't do? What got crashed out that we forgot? Yeah, that just bit us in the butt again. Because I didn't notice it again. So we've been sitting here all this time with a room that's not designated as a dormitory, I don't think. Oh, no, we did do it. So that guy's just sleeping up there for no good reason then. Good job, dude. Good job. Okay, so let's designate a manager. Because we're not actually going to do work orders, but we do need non-disorganizer. Good job. Do need, let's see, who do I get to do it? Well, why not? Guess it doesn't matter. We're actually doing the job, does it? Need to have somebody for it. We don't actually have to have them doing any work. And Kickdross there can do both jobs for now. Okay, so now that we have a manager, even though he's not actually got work orders, we can set profiles on our workshops. So what we'll do is we'll set this profile to have only high-skilled dwarves in it for now. And that means only our good carpenter will be able to do the jobs in this workshop. Grind out a bunch of cages.
This workshop in the name of invention.
Carpenter's Workshop ahoy. Okay, boss, you do it. Is that our carpenter or his? Coolette. That is the one we brought with us. He is now going to be Super Carpenter. Nice. We'll get him to make all our beds.
Winter has arrived.
Congratulations, dwarves. Every bed is... We're gaining on it. More siltstone blocks, lock it into place. too much butchering, not enough people to haul it. Everybody's busy on construction. I should not have started this floor with the butchering labor getting ready to kick off that big. Seriously, guys. Finish up, dump the crap. Let's go, let's go. Probably should have made that a food stockpile instead of an animal stockpile when I was designating it earlier. Damn it to hell. And what do you know? Now that we've got actual places to store the food, they've actually dragged it away. Who knew? And the green hell has rapidly sprouted a tree in exactly the wrong place, so we may get to deal with some floor holes here very soon. Won't that be lovely? Gotta put that floor back in. Or we've got a hole in our fort. And then we gotta punch a few floor holes in order to get our fortifications exposed. Didn't do that yet. And we should be able to build hives in the remaining spaces. We may have to forbid some logs that fell in, if any did. Wow, that's really odd. It's treating them as floating. That's fantastic. Pine logs over open space. Awesome. Awesome. Pretty sure no one can pick them up now since they're over open space, so let's go ahead and paint some forbids in here. Kind of feel like being over open space is going to pose something of a problem for our dwarves to be able to, use those items. So we're just going to assume that they probably should not be visible to anybody now anymore, including us. There we go. Now they don't exist. Problem solved. Not that wooden crossbows are good. They aren't. But a wooden crossbow is a weapon, and dwarves with weapons can defend themselves, shoot bolts into things, and so forth. Plus, our carpenters can't all be doing carpentry at the same time. We need some other things for them to be able to do. Which reminds me, they need to also be doing the ashery jobs, potash and dye making. let them finish that, and then we're going to blow out the admin level. Well, give me a second. I need to think about that for a minute. Ah, that's why. Never can remember where those are made. Usually I have a manager before I actually start making them.
No, 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 no. No!
Why, that poor carpenter was attacked by a parrot. That Kia has no upper left leg anymore. Smack! That's what happens when you piss off a miner. Or it's possible that they ran into these weapon traps that I assembled out here with whatever weapons they had to hand, not realizing they would use all our iron picks and iron picks and bronze battle axes to put weapon traps, so we disassembled a few Kias by mistake. That's okay. It's all good. This floor we're going to use as an armory. See, I would do this all differently now.
I can't do it.
Hmm. All right, and bins, 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 bins. And then we need to let our miners get caught up a little bit because they are way behind on things I've asked them to do now because I've asked them to do too much on too many floors, too separate from one another. What do you think for a second? Can't do this as a barracks and a dining room. Can't do it as a dormitory and a dining room. Can do the hospital, though. Okay, so we're going to need a dormitory or dining room or bedrooms for everybody now. So let's get that done. All I'm gonna say is these dwarves knew they had doom coming. They made a temple to it. Well, Nafe, let me think. Hang on a second, because I've been busy. Hang on a minute. Damn it. So let's see. Let's review. We got our apiary designated. The stone crafters are just waiting to kick out the hives, and I need somebody to come here and build them. We're done. Pastures are up for birds and sheep and pigs, and dogs upstairs. Surface crops, butchers, tanners, subsurface crops, kitchens and stills, and food stockpile soon to become a guild hall, clothiers, including additional tanners workshops, soap makers workshop, and farmers workshops, as well as dyers workshops, because these are the cloth processing, leather processing, and fat processing industries, which basically do everything from upstairs. Wood processing, carpenter, bowyer, ashery, wood furnace, crafts dwarves primarily, and there's a bunch of food in here. I think I need to get moved out of here. Ah, that's right. This is the catch-all stockpile, so I need to get things pulling out of it whenever possible. It probably means we don't have any drinks, so we're going to fix that problem. This is currently stone and blocks. If I made it into drinks and food, I could move stone down here. Or we could store drinks and food in here. What do you think? That should give us food and drinks inside our tavern temple complex thing. Now we need to get this designated as a dining room. It is no longer designated as a dormitory, so we now have a bed problem. Nobody has a bed in the fortress. In order to fix that, we now need to get our miners working on what we've been thinking about doing all along, these little sub-rooms where we will build off of this to build bedrooms by floor for each industry. Give me just a minute. I want to think about this for a second. Let's see. We could, although, go down here a few floors instead of moving the stone workers out of their bit. We could come down here and put in a new dormitory real quick, and just throw in the extra beds. Okay, and someone will be along momentarily to drag what extra beds we have into here, get them built up. We'll make this into a dormitory temporarily, and then we'll start working on better housing for our dwarves. It's looking like we need to get more glass furniture made. Really kind of only wanted to smooth that, not completely dig it out. Alright, so that's now a dormitory. And I guess we can make it a barracks right now as well. Although, oh, you can't do both? Well, let me do both? Oh, that sucks. Well, then dormitory it is, because we need that more than we need a barracks right now. This is for a very specialized set of workshops. We need to get fish processing up and have a spot to process our fish as it comes in. So they'll harvest the fish up over here and they'll drag it in, store it in stockpiles over here, and we'll process it through and then move it into the main food. Guess we can use that to store our cages, can't we? Might as well.
Spring has arrived.
Guess I gotta wait for these guys to finish up with the blocks, though, don't I? Come on, guys. Chop chop. Get this place sealed. 5, 4, 3. Caravan. Cool. And we are sealable. We are Ziploc once more. Noble's quarters, manager, bookkeeper. Good necro merchant. Why, you having trouble getting one in your fort? Having trouble getting somebody to sell to the undead dwarves who hate all living things? Come on, sunberries. Oh, he's worshipping. Gotta give him a sec here.
Ach, no way.
Now there's a thought for you, Knife. Okay, so suppose for a moment that you did have dwarves producing an item that they called elf ears. I go to the local fair here every so often, and of course there's a pastry treat. Just a big floury patty, basically rolled in sugar and a little bit of cinnamon, called an elephant ear. Wouldn't surprise me if you could do the same thing, call it an elf ear. Nom 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 nom. 1 second, guys. I need to take care of one thing real quick. Well, maybe he'll get his warship done in time for us to actually trade. Or maybe we'll replace him and somebody else will become the broker. Let's find out. Meditating on murder? Dude, we need you at the depot like sometime today. Come on. Seriously. Need empty bags? Oh, you kidding me? We really don't have... Well, we got powder, so if we got powder, we probably got sandbags. We need to get our record keeper up and running, but we're waiting on the miners. Not even sure what they're doing. They may be detailing floors. And the other problem is we may not have enough picks to go around. Let's make sure only the good weaponsmith is doing weaponsmithing jobs at the moment. See, I think I would do this differently again if I had to do over again tonight. I've been thinking about this. If we want every, let's call it industry, to be able to have its own guild hall, okay, cloth and textiles, smiths and metal workers, furnace workers, the woodworkers union, whatever, then what we really want is to have the guild hall and industries in the center, and then ring that with any bedrooms for those people who have that industry. So if we had, say, 5 industries in the fort, whatever they are, then we'd need to have 5 rings of bedrooms, each housing roughly 40 dwarves, assuming equal distribution in industries.
There's a new baby. Quick, get him a bottle
Can
of
he
ale.
engrave? Because if he can engrave, he's my new favorite baby. I'm just saying.
A baby's been born.
Welcome to the land of the living. Now, pick up a shovel. All right. I'm not sure what that was. Probably our broker becoming a super duper better broker, I guess. Happens twice now when I open this up for the first time. So, let's see. Eagles, congratulations. You've just been welcomed to the fort. We may keep you. I don't know if eagles can be trained. We're going to find out because eagle eggs sound delicious. And if they can be trained, if you can get war eagles or hunting eagles, then they suddenly jump to the front of the line with respect to the birds. Oh, that's a shame. Can't train them in vanilla? Oh, that's a bummer. Well, they're still going to be meat then. We will happily butcher them. That's not a problem. We will still find a use for them. Alas, no tasty, tasty sunberries, which would have been just divine if they'd brought some of those, you know? Because then I could have immediately... I could buy some shadow stuff strings for an instrument, you know, if you're really feeling frisky. It's only 9,000 dwarf bucks. They're made out of... Shadow stuff is one of those divine materials. You're not going to find those again. Let's look here. I'm going to have to trade him more than just the one disc, aren't I? Okay. It would be. I'm not actually trading meals. We could buy this with a couple of glass discs. I mean, yeah, right? I mean, like, this is the literal end-all be-all of whatever a Moira is. Moira? Moira? Is that how you pronounce that? Moira. I'm saying it's Moira and I'm sticking to it. Okay, let's see if we can maybe get this out of just some... Actually, let's just keep the good mugs here and get rid of the crappy ones. What are we doing here? What am I thinking? We'll sell those. Nah, we don't need to sell our discs, I'm thinking. We do not need to sell both the discs anyway. Nope, we don't need to sell either one. That will get everything he's got there, except for the strings we've been discussing, of course, because, you know. And then, of course, the question is, can we even make that instrument, even if we get the strings? And I'm guessing the answer is probably we don't know how. Which is a shame, because we've got one here that we could theoretically look at. You know, come on, dwarves. Copy, copy. Guess we can get ourselves some toy boats for our kids here. And might as well grab these instruments since they're cheap. Cheap instruments are always good, and the profit is good, so he's going to love us. Now we're going to offer him this fancy disc. Offer, without taking anything. And he's going to love it, because that's just total profit, and it's a valuable item. Let's see, let's offer him a masterwork, too. Let's give him a masterwork mug. There you go. This is what we could have sold you. Next time you come back, you bring us something better. Maybe we give you a good mug instead of those crummy travel mugs there. Alright. Now, let's take the stuff we are trading and stop trading it. Recall the broker. And release the hounds.
There's a new baby. Quick, get him a bottle of ale.
Bring on the labor. Not that kind, though. Please, come on. Not that kind. Sounds like, though, that we need some bags, because if we were really running out of... Ugh, the miners still aren't doing their thing. Come on, dudes. Seriously. Seriously, come on. Ew, no fuel. No fuel. That's why. Okay. Well, in our current situation, since we don't have access to coal, that means wood furnaces. Wood furnaces for days. You know, Knife, I'd wish it if... I would like it if kids would routinely do at least some hauling labor. The problem is that they'd get up on the surface, the snatchers would get them, and that would be the end of it. You'd have to burrow them in, and it would just be... It'd be one more thing you'd have to think about, I think, at the end of the day. But you're right. I don't think putting hauling labors on the kids, if they would do them part-time, would necessarily be a bad thing. You know, what kid spends their entire childhood not doing anything their parents ask them to do? You know, pick up your toys, put them in the toy box, clean up your room, mow the grass. Well, we'll see. Plan would be good. Plan sounds great. Meat, milk. Okay, so we need to process the milk. We need to move the meat downstairs. We have a stockpile for that somewhere. We did. Why is there nothing in this? What is in this? Why is this not taking anything here? Oh, it is. It's just not set to take from, you know, the catch-all stockpile that was supposed to be feeding it in the first place, because it was an animal stockpile, and I apparently got interrupted in setting it up and never finished it. Ha ha! Silly us. Okay, so that's going. Okay, so we're up to 3,600-ish. Not sure why that one is different. But okay. Value. Again, not sure why that one is different, since there's no change in anything else, and they should be over the same space. Must have done something crazy with the zones there. Missed a corner or something, I'm not sure. Line of tiles. Shouldn't affect the end result. Now we've got an abundance. Oh, we still don't have our... Still waiting on picks, still planting. Okay. To be fair, this probably makes our planting labor go really quickly. And since everybody eventually has to be skilled up, this probably works in our favor initially. Bye, elves. Bring us better stuff next time, please. My audience really would like me to kill you. Preferably repeatedly and with great vigor. I see charcoal in my future is what I'm seeing. Which reminds me, I need to put that job on because I don't think we don't have the manager yet because we don't have... That's a repeat for now because burn it all, boys. Burn it all. Who was praying? Oh, our, Oh, no, that's all right. It's fine. We can't be manager yet anyway. We don't have the office built. I'm waiting on somebody to dig it out. Somebody's got to have picks. I'm guessing I've done something stupid up here somewhere, and I don't know, maybe put a weapon trap somewhere, maybe, or something. But
Poor migrants.
our picks appear to all be like occupied. I'm not sure why. So we're gonna get some charcoal built up. Come on, migrants. Let them all file in. Give me 57 of the things. All of them. All of them. Bring them all. 100 migrants. Migrants for days. Migrants for weeks. Migrants for years. Come on. Bring them all. Send me your tired, your thirsty, your cheesemakers. For I shall mold them like a hammer and anvil. All right. So, now we have some more labor. That's what happens when you export glass discs instead of stealing the caravan on the first year. Yeah, it would have been nice if we'd gotten a slightly bigger couple of first migrant waves. These are okay. Sometimes you'll get a little bigger one than this. But this is the spring of the first year right here is the first one really that our caravan had a chance to tell someone about, right? So now the elves have made a giant profit and the dwarves have made a giant profit. So now they're coming to us to really find their fortune, as it were. So now we can start to sort them out a little better profession-wise. This person is really good at just about everything. Like, really, they are. Like, they're begging to be whatever I want them to be. Look at them, they're 50s across the board, but they really make a great wood burner if I really care. Well, all right then. And that's only because he's put in a little time on wood burning, apparently. Huh. Interesting. We'll have to go back and replace nobles here in a second, but that guy is really well suited to be manager, so he is. Or she? She. Because you know the scribes got abused. Yeah, we moved them all to the thing. We get it, we get it.
No more fishing.
That thing is going to get brave one of these times, come around a corner and get nailed by a war dog.
Another dwarf has got an idea.
You there, this
Best keep
workshop's
the
mine
dogs
now.
out and assign it to him in case he goes mad.
Or it's going to get nailed by a cage trap. Also possible. Cool. Crafts dwarf away. the armory and the barracks started. Hunter wrecking a porcupine. And bringing it back. Already out after another one. The hunters are giving them no relief today. Which is good, because they're also our clothing makers, and I need them to generate some leather. Mangled spine and mangled skin. I'm guessing those parts don't count. Well, let's see what they do with the skin for a second here. Doesn't look like they're going to pick it up. We've got plenty of tanner.
Sir, he can't do that there.
Better way to do this next time. Yes, I do.
Boost.
As summer blazes on your face, dig deep your caves for cooler space.
Oh, that's right. They've got to also do all the engraving. But change that for next time. Trading is good. More labor would be better.
Kuruk, kuruk, kuruk.
You know you've been horribly traumatized by a Dwarf Fortress surface fire when you start seeing the leaves fall in the new version of Dwarf Fortress and immediately start looking for the volcano on your map that you don't actually have. Catch is the only fire I ever had, and actually never didn't. The only fire I ever had that I actually uh, was worried about, I didn't lose anybody. The only other fire I ever lost anybody was somebody who went outside for some reason and was clear on the far side of the map for no reason I could ever ascertain. I'd like to say he started it, but I don't know that. He was just way out there in the middle of nowhere for no good reason. He wasn't carrying anything that would need to be held back. He wasn't anywhere near safety either. When the fire came through, he was fucked. Kawadi got mauled. So let's see if we have maybe. No, we don't yet. No, we definitely don't yet. Okay, so let's see if we can get some, though. And we'll try to pick a bunch of stuff that's near the water, where rope reeds are known to hang out. get some surface-based textile industry going here. Probably not. These guys are absolute amateurs at picking anything, so they're probably going to get the scummiest of the scummy plants, and we won't get squat out of it, but we can try. Try! And while they are doing that, I am going to go grab a drink and be right back, guys. See, I told you there was going to be a guild hall before much longer. I just was wrong about which one. Give me a second. I need to look, make sure we didn't miss one, too. So I saw the Farmers Guild. Don't think I've seen another one. Nope. Let me check the dyer's workshops too. Okay. This is where Clinidev would be ruthlessly pop-capping his fortress to prevent more migrants. And because in his design, he's slowly letting the population trickle in and then filtering them into new guilds as he can get them ready versus bringing them in and then getting them ready. We have elected the way of pain. One second, guys. Good God, they're going for a bull moose. Look at them go. Hunters, man, wind them up, let them go. A bull moose with some wooden bolts. Real men of genius. Actually, no, bull moose normally won't attack a dwarf. Contrary to real life, I'm telling you. Would not want to make one of those angry.
Kuruk.
Pretty sure this is a savage biome, actually. We run a risk that we're going to run into some giant nasty, but, you know, the longer they don't run into the giant nasty, the better their crossbow skill gets, and eventually they run into the giant nasty and put an arrow in its eye. So, you know, long enough timeline, it's working against the animals. If they don't get somebody dead fast, they ain't going to get it long term. Good God, what is our Stoneworkers Guild doing? Oh my God. The hell of Twilight murder? Jesus Christ, this is our fucking society has to be led by a goblin. I mean, seriously, at this point, the hell of Twilight meditate on murder? They're all meditating on murdering. Jesus Christ, look at them all. I don't even want to know who they're trying to think about murdering at this point. Lord, we ain't been on the map that long. year and a half in, and they're all thinking regicide. Well, we've got rope reeds, so we're in business now. Kitchen workers, assemble meals. Kaniwa seeds. I don't even know what those are. I'm going to have to look that one up. Wow, Kaniwa seeds. I don't think they get mad if you sell an artifact. Let me look. Hell, let's try it. We'll sell the damn thing. I don't see anything here that says you can't. That's the thing. Looking at the wiki, it actually says no. I've never actually done it. I know it works that way for Masterworks, but I mean, we don't have to do it because I think we've got more than enough value in that one damn axe to buy the whole caravan here, pretty much. Anything we buy from them in terms of armor, we're just going to either melt down or use their quivers, though. If they've got cheap quivers, we'll take those. And they will render a good chunk. And now we'll start making prepared meals to sell.
Ost, Ost.
We come here in hopes of a better life.
You're going to get space on the ground in a rough cavern. Congratulations. Apparently, the bull moose didn't like that treatment so much because it has gone into a wrestling match. What the hell is this? Flying wood, flying wood, flying wood. Bull moose is stunned, and then he just moves in for the bashing. So this guy is going in for the kill on that bull moose. Got kicked, got bruised. Attack, miss, 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 miss. Bull moose passes out, and now it is head bashing time. Bash, 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 bash. Apparently it keeps waking up, vomiting, retching. He's just beating it in the head at this point. That poor moose. Put it out of its misery, man. Regains consciousness, immediately passes back out. Somebody else is shooting at it too, so... Wait a minute, what's going on over here? Our carpenter is literally wrestling the bull moose. We're bashing the bull moose with his crossbow, and everybody else is shooting. Ooh, a giant! I don't know that we actually sealed up the top. Did we? Yeah, I think we did. I can't remember if giants or... Let's see, is he... Yep, that's what I thought. He is. Good to have it confirmed. Okay, so... I know right now he can't get in. I also know right now that he's not going to need to because there's humans out front. He's actually going to have to fight first. And if he kills all of them, well... I guess all their stuff is ours. Sucks, but there it is. It's not ideal, but I can't raise the bridge because if I do, it's going to crush one of their guys or crush a draft animal, and then it will scuttle a wagon, and shh, they're going to have to fight him. That's just the way it goes. He can't get into ours. The cage traps will keep him out if the dogs don't. If we wait till the humans engage, we can conceivably send our dwarves in, get a bit of combat experience, but none of our guys are really like highly trained. The clothing squad, who effectively are hunters as well, mostly don't rate as hunters for the most part. Like no military skills at all. LOL. Our highest military skill is a level 2 dodger. Rovad, who should hereafter be named the Artful Dodger, apparently, because he's the only. Oh, and I guess there's some Marks Dwarf skills. I guess that's not right. We have some Marks Dwarf skills because we raised some crossbowmen with our hunting, right? So Rovad is also our best hunter, so that's where he's got his dodge skill from. Well, let's put all the clothiers in a squad and see if we can't station them up top and get them to support our. Oh, we've got a bunch, but we. Oh, yeah, we did. We did. Good question. Well, that sucks for him. We should probably get everybody in. Off to the refuse dump with him. Giant has become enraged. Serious bronze halberd work here, just going to work. Copper arrow nails him. That's a bowman, it's not one of ours. Just absolutely going to town on this giant. And then he passes out, and it's all over because it's just a matter of time until they go to work on him at that point. Your giant, your dwarves could beat a giant who's passed out. So yeah, he got mobbed by 3 humans and whatever dwarves or people we had firing at him. And he killed a clothier that we've got to bury now. So let's go back down here. And what, seriously, like, what the hell is our stoneworkers all doing? Like, you know, really? Do I have to turn off the block job? Really? Wow. we can let them outside now. Because
There's a new baby.
they got squashed out
Get him
there.
a bottle of ale.
Alright. You guys had better be engraving something somewhere now.
Чуки.
Okay, now we're getting that progress on that guild hall I wanted. And gray are smooth, you little bastards. Smooth. This is your only job. Smooth my hall. Almost there. And guild hall. Petition met. Well, that's actually smooth my hall, but I can understand your amusement, let's call it. Is it better or worse, if that's not really what I said? that's all rotting because there's no place in the main food stockpile to take it at the moment, and that's because there's no barrels. Get some folks doing some hauling here real quick, and we'll finish this problem up. To get some more rock pots or glass pots or some kind of pots made here pretty quick. Okay, so let's see here. These should all be way up on value now. Not quite full, but we're not quite done with it yet either. I have to still finish up the upstairs where that guild hall is. See if that will get us... Oh, it may be done already. Oh, wow. They may be finishing up the last ones now. So it gets to about halfway with no furniture, just smoothing. So that should be okay if we engrave it and add some more furniture. And the furniture's not really in there yet. We still need to add a bunch. Engraver squad back to work.
I'm going to keep this thing.
Okay, and now with just slightly less than half the furniture, we're about 2/3 of the way through. So with this batch of furniture, and maybe another batch here and another batch here, this guild hall will be way over budget. No problem. You can engrave it probably and be over budget right now. But our engravers aren't very good, so I'm not counting on engraving. We're going to wait and do that later.
Autumn is at hand.
I'd just like to note for the record that our hunter ran out of ammunition, started bashing it in the head with his crossbow, and finally gave in to biting it. Right on the body. Latching on firmly. That's dedication in a hunter, let me tell you. Let's see, we stopped doing sand items because fuel. Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay, well. Since our glassmaker came with us and he is high skill and we have plenty of fuel, we can turn around and crank out a bunch of glass tables and chairs that are reasonably good value. That's how we're going to try and make our bones with respect to our furniture here. We're going to have handcrafted furniture.
going to keep this thing.
I confess, I hoped to sneak away before he got to us. But he was faster than I was. And I don't care about water buffalo or reindeer or yak. Pretty sure they're more expensive. And we will take your iron bars and your gold bars and your metal bars of any kind you can bring, and all the metal bars you would ever bring, and then some. And we'll take all your seeds. We will put them in various stockpiles later in different bags. meals is in a middling area now, so that's good. Drinks being double sounds great, but drinks really aren't all that valuable. It's the prepared meals is where it's at. None of the rest of these are particularly valuable for export. Figurines would be a good choice as well if you were going to make figurines exclusively. 200% is pretty good, but prepared meals will be huge value to start, and then 139% should make them a runaway giant favorite, even if you're doing figurines out of valuable metals, and maybe if you studded them with something, maybe at that point. Our meditating on murder mayhem
No.
broker here is
I said no.
not getting it done for us here. Needs flux stones. Ran out of flux? Really? Okay. Let's figure out what floor it was on and mine out a bunch of it. Siltstone. That ain't flux. Nope, nope, nope. Betting this is where we started to find flux? No, still smooth siltstone. What are you? Granite. Nope, you ain't a flux either. What are you? Quartzite. Nope. Tetrahedrite schist. Nice marble. Oh, look at you, all fluxy. And we'll see if we've got some folks with picks who are set right now to do nothing but engravings. Right, that's right. And now let's see if we can't get some mining done here. Come on, guys. Let's do it. Please get the mining done. I'd like to get a broker and a manager's workshop up. I'm really having trouble figuring out why you guys can't ever get mining done. And now he's taking his meal. Will he get there at all this season? Let's find out, boys and girls. It's gonna be close. Okay, bud, you're getting replaced. Well, goddamn, that escalated quickly, didn't it? Bastard. Alright, well, fine. Fuck it. Now we gotta give him a goddamn bedroom and shit. If he can at least get the mining done, I'll take his... I'll, happily leave him elected unless he's a vampire.
going to keep this thing.
This whole meditating on murder instead of trading at the depot thing is starting to get to me. No, because he's going to start going into another warship job after this one, because this is like the startup job. Right? I mean, seriously. Dude. You laugh, but there's actually a DF hack to make everybody have the same religion. Monotheism hack, basically, to force them basically to have one god that they pray to, so there's not all this 27 different gods or apparently our guy here is just really super deeply spiritual. Oh, what's he banning? Oh, well, Yeah, I don't care about exporting millstones. Yeah, here. Mayor Millstone. He is doing a lot of meditating. Well, let's just watch him for a minute. Well, technically, no. I'm not going to take all his cloth, for example, because It's going to get expensive pretty fast if I try to take everything. We really don't actually have enough to buy everything unless I give him like all my iron weapons, and I don't really want to give him everything. But I will take all his leather probably because leather is cheap. It comes with a free bin. We can get leather clothing, if nothing else. We can use to make quivers. If you intend to have the bulk of your civilians firing crossbows, for example, you're going to need quivers for everyone. Leather will get you there faster because you can usually import more of it sooner. Now, if you're starting off real early, you might be able to get with the right build, taking a bunch of seeds with you when you start. You might be able to get there faster in some sort of way with cloth. Especially if you can get surface cloth, like I said, especially if you can get surface plants that produce cloth. Holy cow. The places you'll go. But we did get all his metal bars, every last one. tell me we've got those already ready to go and we can just slam them into place and I can have my manager, my broker, or my bookkeeper. Yes, no, no. No, we need 8 more tables before we can get there. So 10 more tables and looks like 17 more chairs. Keep in mind, I'm doing all of these with the highest skilled glassmaker we have. So much stuff to bring down.
I can't do it.
Alright guys, so now we gotta figure out what to do with these hillocks. Looks like all we can do is request workers from them, I guess. For right now, I don't want to demand anything from them. Yeah, if this was Total War, we'd consider it, but I'm thinking no. Look at this guy. Legendary poet, grandmaster speaker. Wow. Vampire. Oh, sorry. Bridge food. They'll send workers whether we ask for them or not. The reality is that we are the economy for miles around in all directions. Time to once again prune back the green hell. Now remember, if I was playing with Elven Diplomats, they would have already gone to war with us because we simply wanted to keep our front lawn clean.
there's some more dwarfs that have arrived.
Ah, excellent. Hopefully someone brought a cat. I love cats. Mmm, delicious.
No more fishing.
Almost. Need chairs. This guy's making the chairs now. Should be the chairs we need. Well, the good news is he can't get in. The bad news is he's going to disrupt surface operations. He appears to have been momentarily confused and then led into a cage trap. He managed to stab it in the rear leg with whatever it is he brought with him.
I've got an idea.
I claim this workshop in the name of invention!
Well, that was easy. Still cranking out the thrones. Got all these now, though, so now it should be down to just what we need left. Yep, there it is. we actually caught him going through and updating the stockpile records. He's not quite finished yet because the high-end stuff is not yet counted, but all the lower-end stuff is. Ah. And Dwarf Fortress has crashed. I think that's going to be it for me tonight, guys. I think that's a good place to leave it off. And that's 2 crashes tonight for the record. So I think we may start another one tomorrow just to get out ahead of it. Because once it starts doing that, it's not going to stop. But, no matter what, tomorrow night, be back here. Well, I guess it's tonight, technically, because it's technically Monday here now. Monday night, 7 p.m. 37 Days of Dwarf. Let's see who's out there I might be able to release you guys upon. Oh, looks like Blue Zest might be using Stone Sense. That might be interesting for you guys. Or we've got, let's see. Yeah, let's go there. Alright guys, enjoy and have fun.